I guess I'll play until somebody shows up. Yeah. Sorry if there's any sound in the background. Hello to my single viewer. Can you hear me? Hope you can hear me. Comment if you can hear me. Even though that might not be your first priority. The game sounds weird to me. Hope that my setup will be able to handle it. Hi, how are you? Chosy Frozy. Awesome. Thanks for being my tester. And the game sounds good and everything? Hey, Bishoy! Good. Man, I'm not gonna be playing as well now that I got people watching me. People are gonna be like, oh, Nexus Void is streaming. This is awesome. But then they watch my gameplay and then they're like, oh, never mind. It's kind of boring and pointless. Oh, thanks. Yeah, but every time I play Elden Ring, I'm gonna stream it from now on. That way I give at least some content. Lighting is kind of... What are these guys? This guy's a lot of help. Alright. He's gonna show up later. Oh, there he is. Now I gotta wait for his dumbass army to get all the way over here. so much damage. Hey, I got 3 viewers. Why would they put this here? Something down there? Yeah, I'm constantly stunned by how enormous this game is. And I don't know, I feel like I have to do everything. Like, I don't want to leave any stone unturned, but I'm guessing that's kind of impractical, implausible, given that I've missed, like, just, like, through running through some areas, I missed so much. When I googled, like, tutorials on how to do them, I realized, wait, there was so much that I missed the first run. That's such a cheap getaway. Just instantly teleports. Can't craft any arrows right now. He dodged my arrow, I dodged his arrow. Alright. Enough fucking around. Oh, wait, got more soldiers. Jesus. Miriam. Cool. Except I don't use staffs. Be wary of lift. Hello again to my 3 viewers. If this is rather unexpected, apologies. I'm wondering whether that guy went back down or probably went up the elevator. Interesting area. Bisho, if you're still there, can you see the game? I think he said yeah. Jeez, I'm gonna have to chase this guy throughout this place. Yikes. This is gonna be annoying. Go up here. Game quality doesn't look that great, but that might be because my computer that I'm using for streaming isn't coding it to its max potential. Was I here before? Did I come all the way around? Let's see if it's possible to chase this asshole down. It's so hard to tell exactly when that arrow is going to land. Jeez. rats on the rafters. Drop down here. You won't do it. Oh, hi. Nope, you're not escaping. Magic downpour. Cool. That was a lot of souls. Jeez, I feel like don't want to lose those. There's a good chance I'm going to lose them. Need to get on those chandeliers. Hello to everyone that's watching. All three of you. If you have any questions for me, or anything you want to say, please feel free to do so. Be wary of up. Nice. Glad you're rewatching my videos. Which ones were you rewatching? Arrows for a freaking rat. Is it worth dropping onto these chandeliers? There's a rat there. A bunch of rats on them. Oof. I don't know. Seems a bit dicey. Should I go for it? I'm holding a lot of souls. Terminal lucidity videos these last couple of months. I haven't seen them. Oh, thanks for watching the Heidegger video again. Yeah, I don't know exactly what that concept is referring to. Terminal lucidity? I know it has something to do with... Is that available on my thing? Yeah? I mean, what does that concept refer to? Terminal lucidity. I remember like checking out for a second, like terminal lucidity of masculinity or something, of the masculine. I don't think I got through it. Do I have a glowstone? Where's my glowstone? Oh, there. Rainbow stone. Oh. Okay, I'm going for it. What? Why can't... Oh, is he dead already? Oh. Just a dead rat up here? Okay. Well, where do I go from here? Damn it. Should I try jumping over there? I don't know if I can make that jump. Ah! Okay. Phew. Yeah, but I'll definitely check out those terminal lucidity videos if you recommend them. I know they've been on a lot of like talk about our current age and how it's not shaping up to be very, very good, which I generally agree with. Is there anything else in this place that's worth... Huh, there's like a staircase up there, but I'm guessing I can't go there without a particular item. If anybody knows, please let me know. Oh wait, I haven't gone up these yet. Wait, I don't think I have. Oh no, I have. Darwin, Plato, Freud, Adler, and of course Jung, to make an equation of what is going on. Interesting. One sec, I'll just make a note on my server. to make an equation of what's going on in like the modern day, or with respect to like what the concept of terminal lucidity means? Hi. Hi there, George. What do you think might be the reason for the human brain having shrunk by about the size of a tennis ball since the last ice age? Do you think humans might have been smarter back then? I think that they might have been required to use more of their brains back then, whereas now I don't really need to use all of my brain power. I can just relegate a lot of it to other people. Like, I don't need to know every skill needed for survival. Like, I don't need to know how to farm, for example. I could just relegate that to other people. So, like, I probably don't need to use as much of my brain. So maybe that results in the shrinkage. Because a brain is a very resource-intensive organ. So if you could shrink it down while still maintaining a certain level of functionality, that would be ideal. Because that means you would have to consume less resources. It shrunk by about the size of a tennis ball? That seems like a huge shrinkage. And I wasn't really aware of that. But yeah, of course, if we don't need to use it, I mean, if we don't need that much brain power, then might as well discard as much of it that we can. And it's kind of interesting. I mean, if I were to take a person from the Ice Age and compare them to now, or maybe raise them right now, would they be smarter than us? So my idea is, like, take somebody who was born during the Ice Age, or whatever age you're referring to, and then maybe subject them to the same kind of education that people today receive, and maybe they would end up being a lot smarter. Or not, depends. It depends what era you're referring to. I believe the last Ice Age ended 10,000 years ago, around then, which means those humans would have been more or less anatomically the same as us. But yeah, interesting. Believes they're doing the right thing, but they're not because they're falling into Darwinian desires. What do you mean by that? I mean, like, I don't know if you've seen my complaints about, which is why things are getting worse and worse and nobody knows, which is why things get worse and worse and nobody knows why. Right. I mean, one of the complaints that I had about Jung to Live By that I discussed in my video is, I mean, they claim that they're not reductionistic, but I do think they're a bit reductionistic to genetics. Which is, like, obviously an important factor to consider. But it's kind of like, it's more theoretically interesting than it is practical, Like, no amount of knowing what my genetics are is going to help me psychologically. Because, we're not at that stage where I can do anything about it. Like, I can't go back and change my genes. I just kind of have to accept what my genes are. So, I mean, yeah, theoretically it's quite interesting, but practically does it even have that much value? But of course, that's not what you're referring to. But yeah, I'd love to know more of what you're talking about by falling into Darwinian desires. What are we feeling for leveling up? Any recommendations? Could use some more mind. I'm pretty unintelligent. Thing is, I'm not sure what weapon I want to be using, or if I want to keep scaling this up. Yeah. Hello there. Do you write down your dreams? And if yes, have you discovered patterns that surprise you? Yeah, I do write down my dreams, not all of them, and I have been kind of lazy about writing down my dreams these days. Yeah, you would... By doing that, by writing them down, you'll quickly find out which kind of themes are recurring in your dreams and which appear very often. I'm trying to think of an example of something that appears in my dreams that I've noticed because I've been noting them. Actually, last night I had a very, very vivid dream involving lots and lots of snakes. Like... an absurd number of snakes. It wasn't just like a whole bunch of snakes in a pile or anything. It was like I was in a house. To me, it seemed like in a tropical country. Like, it seemed like I was on vacation or something, and just like everywhere I went, like around this property, there was snakes just like in the grass and
even like huge snakes, like a snake the size of an elephant, like in a swamp nearby. Any other interesting patterns? I mean, I have noticed like, oh man, no, man, it's actually hard to remember because I remember being like really profoundly shocked by some of the dreams that I've had, to the point where I was just like, it was just insane. Like I remember one dream, I remember like agreeing with like a drug dealer that I was gonna help him like smuggle some drugs, and then I woke up from that, and then like a couple weeks later, the dream continued from that point, where like it was the time where I had to meet up with the drug dealer, and like I completely forgot about it, and I was like, oh shit, I want to back out of this, but like that was really absurd, and like I've had really absurd experiences that are kind of hard to even exactly remember what occurred. Ugh, man, I don't know what to build. I need Charles. I guess it's predicted that only the strong survive to pass on their genes. Therefore, as time goes on, people are more and more competitive, right? Therefore, we have instinctual power, drive to live longer, better, etc. We conceal this in the social world. Behind this is a power drive that then people inflate spiritually. Conceal this in a social world. Right, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that fundamental drive, I mean, Nietzsche thought it was a fundamental drive, more so than living. He thought that the desire for power was like the real drive into human beings, and like the natural consequence of that was survival. We don't desire to survive. We desire power because a natural concomitant of power is survival, apparently, according to him. But he didn't have a really great grasp of Darwinian evolution, to be honest. I was considering using this sword, but I need more faith and I need more strength, so that won't cut it. And these harpoons also look pretty good. 18 faith. Ah, fuck it, I'll just put it in vigor now. If anybody has any suggestions for what I should build, please let me know. I don't like building vigor. I feel like it's a waste. Especially with the enemies being as difficult as they are. Man, I really want to go over there, but apparently I can't at this point in the game. I had a dream where you made drug deals in my dream. What kind of drugs did I buy? Okay. Nice. But yeah, to continue on the topic of dreams, I've had dreams that have completely perplexed me with respect to like what happened in them and to how like continuous they were. I think I talked about this before in a video. I might have deleted it. Where like in a dream, I was like attacked by a lot of demons, and it felt very like violating, honestly. And like they were like manipulating me and like controlling my mind and like getting me to do all these things that I really didn't want to do, but I was like being mind controlled by them. And it was very disturbing. Regarding the brain shrinkage thing, it is interesting that this happened across the board, even for hunter-gatherers like Native Americans. That is interesting, because you would assume if that happened, and you can find it in all humans, that that it basically would be in all of our lineages. So it happened to like some human back in the day, and then we're all connected to that human. But if it happened across the board like that, you know, I do think that our the makeup of our bodies is not just entirely determined by our genes. I think it's also a great extent our environmental conditions that determine what genes get expressed. Big brain doesn't always mean more intelligence. I think it's got to do with the number of neurons or how smooth or wrinkly it is. Yeah. The more... I mean, the reason our brains have such big folds is to increase the surface area. So that more neurons can appear. I'm just going to check around the sides of this thing before I go down. I really go for killing the birds in this game. Sorry, that was a pretty owl. Slumbering egg. I hear something. Is that a bear? Oh, yep, there's a bear there. Should I fight it? The rune bears are frickin' hard. Oh shit. There's a couple of them. Maybe there's more. What the hell? What is that? You want me to talk? You want me to talk in my southern accent? I don't want to offend nobody. If anybody's from the south. Is it racist for me to do an impression of somebody from the south? It's a good question. Nice. You want me to talk about hunting bears? Jesus, what's happening? Barely doing any damage to it. I don't want to wake up that bear while fighting this thing. Freaking firing an artillery barrage. Okay. Did I DC for a second? Have you been watching any videos that are really good that have changed your view on things recently? I'm wondering. Anything that's changed my view on things recently? I mean, I haven't been like getting too much into like intellectual stuff recently, just because I'm decently busy with school. There was one thing actually, a book that I read for school that was pretty interesting, but my take on it will probably be controversial, at least controversial in Canada. But it was a book that was written by this indigenous theologian, and like his whole point, and again, there's parts of this thesis that I disagree with, but his whole point was trying to compare like the Western worldview with an indigenous worldview. Now, the problem with that is that it's hard to define specifically what a Western worldview entails. Furthermore, I think he means like specifically like a colonial worldview, which again, it's not like I don't think that's an inherently Western thing to colonize other people. I think that's just a thing that humans do whenever there's a power imbalance. It's just that in recent years, it's Europe that's been, or not recent years, but the past 300 years, 400 years, it's been Europe that has had the most power, and so they just exerted their power over other people. But again, if it was anybody else who had that power, they'd probably be doing the same thing also. So I don't think like it's a Western worldview per se that leads to colonialism. I think that humans are naturally like that, and like if there's a power imbalance, we're going to exploit it. You know, that's why power is so dangerous and why power is so corrupting, because people tend to exploit the power that they have rather naturally. You know, not as a consequence of any particular ideology. But anyways, he goes on to explain what the Western worldview entails. And there's some things that I think are interesting. Like, for example, in Christianity, there's this big emphasis on the existence of other worlds. I need to make some arrows. By that I mean, like, we're heavily focused on heaven. You know, worlds that we can't directly perceive. Those ants. I think that's accurate, because we are pretty obsessed with heaven, and it does cause us to not care that much about this world. We don't treat this place like it's sacred. We treat it like it's, you know, like a resource to be exploited. Other things about the Western worldview that he says I don't really agree with. But I have noticed that a lot of them are very left hemisphere oriented. This obsession with power, this obsession with like controlling people. I mean, the left, like Ian McGilchrist keeps saying that the left hemisphere's primary value is power, and it's obsessed with like dominating people, it has this domineering spirit. Well, that's kind of what Jung to live by mentions as well, because if we are not confirmed by our peer group, there could be some immigrants who are successfully confirmed by their peers. The will be. This chat thing isn't showing me the full comment because there's like a big heart that's covering some of it. Mentioned thus liquidating. They will be successful. Right. Fucking ants to drop down. But wouldn't not being confirmed by the peer group kind of entail individuation? In the sense that, you know, the reason you're not confirmed by your peer group is because you are like developing an identity separate from them and kind of going your own way. So would it be like a kind of contrast to the individuation standpoint? I think that's fine, actually. Individuation, it can only go so far. Man, this tunnel system looks very big. I think I'll go the other way for a second, just to see what's over there. Can I get my horse in here? No. Right. So I guess immigrants being more similar to their peers in a Western country um, can be more easily confirmed by their peer group rather than the same people who are, more individuated. Because life is easier if you have your mom, dad, friends, culture supporting you rather than being like, yeah, much easier. That's largely a consequence of the fact that we're so social. And so we need to be surrounded by other people in order to feel, fully realized. But of course, that inhibits individuation because it means that you're being influenced by other people a lot. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Like, again, like, individuation is kind of a double-edged sword. On the one hand, you're expressing who you truly are, but it's like an open question of what that even means. Like, what does it mean to be who you truly are if, like, a considerable proportion of what you are is, in a sense, confirmed by other people? At the end is self-confirmation, and in the end we will get there otherwise, but it's a better quality of life in a day. Damn it. Freaking ants. Yeah, it's interesting. I'm wondering whether I should maybe switch to this weapon for a while. Self-confirmation, that sounds like a very interesting way to put it. To be confirmed by your friends. I need to get more into, like, the language that they use. Because their videos are like my videos, where you have to have watched a certain number of them to even get what they're about. And so if you just kind of start watching from the middle, it'll make no sense. Just make sure there's an ant over there. But what if you're being tricked? Say, for example, you have a lot of potential and certain people reject you on purpose, therefore you have no choice but to be creative and push harder in life then. Otherwise, you would have... What if being tricked? A lot of people reject you on purpose? I mean, that would be a pretty shitty situation to find yourself in. And I think it probably does happen. Oh, this weapon is much better. People being rejected by family members, by friends, who just happen to be assholes, who have their own problems, and don't understand what they're inflicting upon other people. What the hell's going on in this place? So many freaking corpses and flies. And there's two paths. I don't know which one I should go down. Try this one for a bit. Actually, this one has a light, so maybe we'll try the other one for a sec. Okay, bloodstains. That guy died with that armor and that sword. What the hell's down here? Oh, Jesus. What the hell's going on? Is that the queen? Yeah. Well, this is the power drive of other people who are jealous, therefore, yeah, exactly. They conceal it in a social aspect, then they inflate to think that they are the best, so therefore they reject the younger generation. That's why so many men are fighting each other right now around the world. I mean, it makes sense. You mean fighting each other in wars, or like fighting each other competitively in other contexts? Because they're being pressure tested, that only the strong survive. Yeah, that's what I wonder. Like, is like the accumulation of this war-like state that we find ourselves in basically just the masculine drive trying to like shit test itself? No boss fight? Not yet. Well, I'm not going down there just yet. Where those ants were, there might be a boss fight down there, but I'm a little afraid to test it. If you notice all those ants on the ceiling, there were like hundreds of them. So I'll just make sure. I want to find a site of grace. Any hidden walls here? But yeah, it's kind of a disturbing aspect of masculinity if wars are a result. I mean, wars obviously have their basis in a very masculine mindset of competition and aggression. I feel like I've been here before. Oh, I've seen those guys before. Got an elevator. Oh, there we go. Hopefully that doesn't spawn back too many of them. Actually, I probably didn't even need to rest. I don't know why I did that. Apparently it's a higher field of consciousness that is adjusting to maximally push forward, because since we're trapped in space and time, the Darwin drive in us pushes for maximum hypertrophy. I mean, that's what we're getting. A war is very much like a bottleneck, because it's a really fast way for a lot of people to die. And so it produces a bottleneck in that way, and obviously whoever survives will end up being the ones that perpetuate their genes. The worst thing about this is that it kind of reinforces that warlike mentality, where the most violent people end up having their genes continue. But yet we're unconscious of that all at the same time. Yeah, I mean, it is pretty much something that carries forward automatically without any conscious input. Alright, let's see what I need to do. Maybe I can bait a couple of these guys down. Okay. I need like some pots or something. Do I have any? No. Okay, I'll craft some later. Yeah, they're ants. I mean, yeah, they also got big sacks. Could ants ever get this big? Yeah, let's see what happens. No, apparently I can't. See, like, what the hell's up with this one? Ooh, nice. And a rune arc. Holy.
Visions of regret. Didn't expect sadness. That was kind of sad, actually. I just killed the queen. It is actually not obvious how the individual should be defined. Does being individual simply mean preferring yourself? What about yourself in the future? Isn't that a sort of... yeah. I mean, that's one of the things. Like, it's not even clear what a person is, nor, like, what the bounds of the self are. Because, like, you're evolving all the time. And, like, and you have a really good point. I mean... yourself in the future is almost like a different person, but that means that yourself in the past was also like a different person. And like that's very clear to see. People don't realize it. People think that there's this continuity between their past self and the present, but really your past self is almost like an entirely distinct individual. Cool. This is where I was, right? Yeah, but like your past self was like almost like an unrecognizable person compared to who you are right now. Oh man, I don't know if I want to go this way. Those guys are really tough. Damn it. This is the problem with the way I play this game, is that like I'll go down one path and then see that, okay, never mind, I don't want to go that way, and then just backtrack all the time. But yeah, like one exercise that I get people to do is like try finding like some messages that you sent 5 years ago, 10 years ago. Try finding like some videos of yourself from that long ago. And people are always shocked to find that it's like a different person. It's like they don't feel like they relate to the person that is in the messages or like on the, you know, in the video. They feel like that's not me. That's like a different person entirely. Yeah, exactly. You'd feel quite cringy. When I watch videos of my past self, I feel like, oh god, like was that really what I was like? But the answer is yeah, that is really what I was like. It's quite hard to believe, but it's the truth. So people really do transform all the time. It's just that they don't notice it. And this is especially clear when you realize that when people change their opinions, but then don't realize that they've had a different opinion in the past. They more or less just insist like, oh yeah, that's always the opinion that I've held. But no, you actually used to think differently. It's just that you don't identify with that person that thought differently. It's like a completely different person in your head, and so you don't perceive it as being a part of you, but it is a part of you. So yeah, and that's one of the things that I don't see in Jung's work a lot. I don't think he noticed this fact about the human ego, that it was very like constructed. I mean, obviously he knew that it was constructed, but he didn't realize the extent to which it was almost like not real. But yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go up this individual. I hope you're saying cringe with reference to like imagining your past self rather than something that I've done or said. Was the way I killed those ants cringy? I'm sorry. I'll use bug spray next time. Is this where I was? Okay, hold on. I read a comment under a video the other day that was really resonated with me, and it was like, don't kill the part of you that's cringy. Kill the part of you that cringes. Which I think is a good idea. Okay, I'm really sorry to all the people watching and are probably annoyed at the fact that I keep going back and forth, but that's how I like to play these games. I like to be thorough. So knowing that this is where this leads, I'm going to go back and grab that item that I missed. Exactly, embrace the cringe. I mean, that'd be such a useful thing if you didn't feel the cringe associated with yourself. And really being cringy, or like feeling that cringe when you think about yourself, is like really thinking about yourself from someone else's point of view and then like cringing on their behalf. So like, I mean, you can either not care what other people think, but it's such a hard thing to do. That's why I don't play online video games, given my bad direction sense. Open world games? You do play open world games. You play Skyrim. The difference between this and Skyrim is, I know that this gets compared a lot to Skyrim,
But this is a lot more contained. The world in this game is a lot more... it's not like... Skyrim's map is just a big rectangle. So you can go from one corner to the other, no problem. But you can't do that in this game. Like, there are certain confinements. And, like, it's really cool, actually, the way the world is confined in certain ways. Like, you'll see an area that you can't reach. Even though it's, like, right in front of you. And then you'll reach it later on in the game. So I like the level design. I think it's, like, maybe a smart way to, like, keep things not too intensive resource-wise. But yeah, thank you to my 5 viewers. I hope I'm entertaining you. But yeah, this is what I'm going to be doing for a while. Because on the one hand, I need to produce content for you guys. I know this isn't like my normal content. You going to bed soon? Good night. Hope you sleep well. Mountain. Nice. I don't think I'd ever use that though. I'm a very nice person in these games. I don't kill any NPCs. Shit, all these guys are coming to me. Okay. What's the best way to take them on? Yep, nope. Fuck, there's so many. Should I fight these guys? Probably not worth it. They give a lot of souls, that's why I'm kind of considering it. Runes, I mean. God, look at this freaking army. Oh shit. Oh. Oh. Found a secret passage. That's also the cool thing about this game. Safety ahead. Swear to God if you're lying. Why would there be another Site of Grace here? It's really close to the first one. Jesus. What is that? Want to add something to sell the discussion. Sell the self-discussion. Don't they say that your true self is devoid of whatever identity your ego attaches it to? That that the true self doesn't really change, but the ego does. You have a future ego, a past ego, and but only one self. You have to think if lost a limb would still be me. If I lost a limb, it would still be me. Yeah. I mean, I'm wondering, like, by saying the true self, I mean, it's such a hard thing to define, because the self really is like a river that's just constantly flowing. And the ego is just like a small, micro version of that self that's more flimsy and less solidified. But yeah, it's a good point. And I'm trying to think, like, is the true self something that you can really distinguish from, Jesus, what is that? From, let's say, the false self, or like the ego? Ah! Sorry, I'm having trouble thinking just because of this predicament that I'm in. Grace. There better be a freaking Grace up here. Oh, thank God. There is. Might as well rest at it. The part of you that cringes is just the ego? Yeah. What's all this red stuff? I mean, that's what Zen philosophy and Hinduism always says. First, you'll have to define what the self is, even in Jungian terms. Yeah. The thing is, the Jungian self always includes the ego. Like, it knows that the ego is kind of different, but it's still part of the self. But you're trying to distinguish between... You're trying to describe a concept that's independent of the ego, which I think makes sense to do. Conceptually. Jesus, this game has just so much shit in it. Formic rock? Okay. I wonder what that is. Is it a talisman? It is. Raises immunity. That might be good. Apparently solidified formic acid. Oh god, not these fucking things. Jesus. I did not expect to see these in this game. Can you still get cursed? Okay, well. Freaking hell. Oh, yep. Something's happening. They're from Dark Souls. They're originally in Dark Souls. You see this black thing that's like building up on my screen? Well, now it's going down. They're like, what are they called in the game? I forgot what they're called. But like, they can curse you. And in Dark Souls, being cursed is like the worst thing. Because after that, you like, when every time you respawn, you come back with like less health. It's ridiculous. That barely did any damage. Oh, what? Oh, I used my sleep. Oh, so that's how I access the other arrows. Huh. Grab some more formic rocks. Die. Some soap to clean my stinky body. See, I think you're the only viewer right now. So this is a private stream for you. Aeonian butterflies? Where am I? What is this? Jumping required ahead. Should I believe him?
Behold poison. Why is it always poison? Scarlet rot. I haven't actually checked my map yet. Where am I? Okay, I'm in a very different area than over here. Yeah, I'm not jumping down there. Look how many bloodstains there are. You never know if there's ants in the ceilings. Oh, no, that's not me. Melted mushroom. Can I put fire grease on this? I cannot. Something over there. This guy just died here. Okay. Holy crap, what is this? The Trexes? What are the Trexes? The Texans, you mean? Do I fight that? The fuck? Oh, okay. Oh. This guy's kind of like a T-Rex. Oh, man. But what T-Rexes are you talking about? In this game? Yeah, that's what they do. They crawl. Wondering whether... Oh, you're gonna make everyone mad. I fought one of these before. No, don't get away. Okay, Run! What the hell? He's not crawling anymore. Oh Jesus, what's happening? Oh God. I can't get away from that. Shit. Okay. You frostbit me. Oh, I didn't grab my souls. Oh, I'm so dumb. Why do I always do that? Oh, that was like 9,000. I'm so lazy about grabbing them. There's nobody to be mad. There's always one other person. And also anybody who watches this on the chat, on the stream replay. If they decide to. Man, I should have freaking grabbed my souls. Why didn't I? I love the music. Okay. Okay, if I'm not gonna block, then I might as well take off my shield. Let's see what that opens me up for. Okay, probably not gonna use that. I know, right? Look at it. It's beautiful. Excuse me. Get out, get out! Ah. Ah! I don't know where I am. Oh shit. Yeah, but I don't have any souls, so it doesn't matter. Oh god! Ah! Fucking get out of this! This is so epic. Ah! Stay on the ground, buddy. Stay on the ground. Shit. I'm gonna die. There we go. Nice. See, if I had my souls from the previous thing, I'd be able to level up. God damn it. I can do it. I did it. I know I can do it. So one guy says jumping, other guy says no jumping. There's a site of grace down there, but I don't know. My map is not super helpful in this place. Because I don't have a map of this place, that's why. Okay. So hopefully I can find a map. Oh, what's this? More dung ahead? Oh, I see. Oh, nice. Nice, nice, nice. I want to go down there, but like, it's really high up. Ugh. And I thought for a second that this might be a elevator, but apparently not. And I can't get my horse. No, I haven't. Here, wait, let me go back to that place. I just want to look at it a little bit more. And wonder, like, what is that? Like, what is... Who is that? Look how many people are worshipping him. Is there a war reason for this guy? Anywho. No, I haven't left a message. I'm not a very cooperative player. Although I do sometimes erase people's messages. Yeah, great message. I mean, it's not really a dragon. It's more like a half dragon. More like a dude trying to become a dragon who got kind of halfway through the process and then stopped. But yeah. Fire ahead. Rat ahead. Oh goddamn, more ants. Literally half the bosses in this game are crawling dragon. What do you mean? That's the second one I faced. You just happen to have seen both of them. And the other thing is that I don't even know... I'm not sure if I checked that whole area thoroughly. Hope I did. But you never know. Oh, right. This is where this is. God damn it. There we go. Nice.
Is someone there? A customer?
Yeah.
Well...
What do you got? Perfumer's cookbook? Okay. What's the point of duplicating Ashes of War?
Something else?
Ooh, interesting.
Okay, where have I gone? Been here. What is this area? Angel River. Damn it. No, nothing this way. Hello, new viewers. Or you might be old viewers returning. Who's raining down those rocks? You didn't see it? That thing. Whatever that thing is. Look at these slow ass guys trying to come towards me. Actually, these guys don't get that many souls. God, there's so many of these guys. Yeah, that's the thing that's throwing those rocks at me. Do a barrel roll? Can't really do a barrel roll, it's more just like a combat roll. How do I get over there? Centipede? Jesus. What even is that? Nope, still can't go that way.
Jeez, I'm really not sure where to go. I know I went this way. Oh, maybe this is the way to get back to that. Not sure how to beat this guy. Oy. Nice. Cool. Seek up. Where the hell do I go? Okay. Yeah, I can see that. Not sure where to go. Shall we go back to the Dragonkin soldier? Hello to my one viewer. Is this the legend? Oh, now I have 2 viewers. Probably could have just teleported there. Okay. How do I get down there? I've noticed that the underground maps aren't super helpful. If anybody knows, if any of my 2 viewers know where I should go next. Let's see. Have I gone this way yet? Have I gone this way yet? Does this go anywhere? No. Cool. Hello to my 1 viewer. Been there before. Oh. Thought there was a... Thought that there was an elevator there. Over here. Nothing over here. Is this place called Noxtella? I feel like I should have come to like an endpoint by now, but I don't know where to go. You ever watch Michael Sukru? I can't see the full comment. Videos. He used to be a philosophy teacher. I don't believe I have. What kind of philosophy does he teach? Or what kind of philosophy does he do in his lectures? Sukru, that's his name. Oh, this is not where I want to be. Where do I go? This is where I came down. Oh, maybe I gotta go this way? There are about 1 videos. Everything from Hume, Kant, Romans. Oh, cool. I'm trying to think. What is Hume again? Oh, it makes 1 hour video. I see. That makes sense. Okay, can I not go up there? Why would the map show me this whole freaking river system if I can't go that way? Sure, I'll check him out. Michael Sugru. Hope I'm pronouncing that right. Shugru. Yeah. Cool. This is really annoying. That guy's the same sword as me. Stauhoff. And he has a teacher friend named Darren Stauhoff. He's super smart too. I think you'd like him.
you should decently write it down. I'd love to hear your opinion on these people's topics. Sure, yeah.
I mean, I know a little bit about... I did read a little bit about Hume previously. And Kant. Hume influenced Kant a lot. But Kant is probably among my favorite. I tried reading, like, the original... what's it called? Critique of Pure Reason. It was so hard to get through. Oh, no worries. But yeah, I mean, like, from a psychological point of view, Kant is really important to read. Or at least important to understand. But one of the things about Kant is that I realized coming to his insights before ever reading him. So, like, all a philosopher really does is he just articulates what people kind of already know, just more formally. So yeah, some people would definitely benefit from reading Kant and getting insights into his philosophy. But also, a lot of people might come to that insight independently. Well, I'm speaking more specifically about, like, his transcendental idealism. Because I remember, like, realizing it at a fundamental level before I realized that Kant had actually formalized it. But it's a really important insight. It's surprising that so many people don't really realize that fact. Oh shit. Space for... Oh wait, I have to put that here. Oh shit. I might need to pause for a little bit and find out where to go. They have a podcast right now. They talk on the computer. They're probably in their 50s, 60s, and it's interesting to hear them talk now versus when they were in their 20s. They must have read so much books. I'm their childhood to be that smart in young adulthood. Yeah. And I'm wondering how smart I'll be as I get older. Because sometimes I feel like as I get older, I actually get dumber. Sometimes I feel like that, not all the time. I might need to pause this and find out where to go because I'm pretty confused. There's a lot on this map that I haven't reached yet, and I even saw an area, but I couldn't reach it, and I'm not exactly sure why. Yeah. I mean, yeah, now it's so much easier to educate myself than it would have been in the past. it's way more easy to access knowledge now compared to then. And then you actually have to like work for it and actually have to like read the books and find the books and like take proper notes. These days with the internet, it's so easy. I have my books read to me through this program, through this application, so I can just read them passively. Much easier. Okay, screw it. Should I try going for it? Okay, I'm going to try jumping down there and seeing if it works. Maybe I can use some cotton. Okay. I say you wonder when you are older if you will not be as smart. My concern is the opposite. What if you get too smart too fast, like a neurotic polarity split? Maybe we artificially push our... I'm guessing you didn't finish that sentence. My concern is the opposite. What if you get too smart? Yeah, I mean that's actually my concern also to an extent. I mean, in fact, like because being like super conscious at such a young age is definitely like a pretty big burden. Like we weren't meant to be this conscious, and yet here we are. Like we're experiencing like an absurd level of consciousness that humans don't ordinarily experience. Why the hell are my souls right there? Jesus. But yeah, I agree. I mean, definitely being more conscious can lead to more neuroticism because you're conscious of like things that you're not really supposed to be thinking about, like are not really on the minds of normal people. So yeah, you have a great point there. But I'm still worried as like I get older that like some of the things that I've learned and some of the knowledge that I had just kind of slips out of my brain, you know, just because of like my capacity limitations, and that I'm forgetting like some of the things that I've learned. Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, I wonder what the biological limit of consciousness is. You know, I mean, we know that people who are really intelligent are often really neurotic in a variety of ways. Like, for example, Kurt Gödel. He was, like, a genius by all accounts, but he also couldn't eat any food unless it was prepared by his wife because he convinced himself that he was scared of the possibility that his food was poisoned. So yeah, being hyperconscious definitely can be dangerous. If you're a fool surrounded by geniuses, then all is forgiven. But if you're a genius surrounded by fools, that's got to be hard living. Yeah, definitely. That really does probably have to suck. Okay, I really gotta figure out what the hell I'm doing in this place, because I'm just going in circles. It's hard to relate to people if they don't know how to begin to understand you. Yeah, I feel that. Yeah, I find it hard to relate to most, like, normal people. A lot of the things they care about, I just really don't give a shit about. figuring out what the hell we're doing. This is just like you other videos. I think you mean this is not like your other videos? Kind of reminds me of one of your video titles, You Are the Chosen One. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's specifically with respect to somebody who's hyper-individuated. Just streaming, Bob. And discussing. Oh, no. Oof. Just got out of that one. Is there anything down there I could go to? No, it's just a freaking toxic lake. What does hyper-individuated mean to you? Just individuated beyond like the normal limit, or beyond like the normal amount that people individuate. Because everybody goes through the process of individuation. It happens normally. It happens very naturally. But then you can also push it. You know, you can push it beyond that by specifically choosing to individuate. So like, and those are like really unique individuals who are really different from the average. But not always in a good way. And not always in a way that's good for them. But sometimes you can also like, you can individuate so much, because again, like a lot of the ways that I think about individuation is with respect to like being by yourself and being alone and like being influenced by yourself and not being influenced by other people. But when you do individuate a lot and people can like sense that you're a really distinct individual with your own like plan, with your own mind and like an independent destiny, they'll tend to like follow you, especially if they're not individuated. So we see hyper-individuated individuals who are also not super neurotic or like don't really have any problems become like the people who really change history. Not always in a good way, you know. I would say like Napoleon is like that. Like somebody who's so individuated that everybody around him like tried to emulate him and like followed what he's saying or what he was doing. Here, I'll read the next comment in a second as soon as I get out of this situation. There's an elevator there. I'm leaning toward the consciousness is fundamental camp. Camp where our physical body sort of tunes universal consciousness into an individual experience. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, a lot of people have told me that's what they believe, but like, it's always hard to like understand that and relate to that, because obviously I'm aware of the theory and I've like even made videos about it, that there's such a thing as universal consciousness, but it's always like, it's hard for me to feel like that's the truth. Like intuitively, I don't feel like that's the case. But in terms of tuning into consciousness, like I don't know if we tune into universal consciousness, but we might tune into consciousness in another sense. Not the universal consciousness that exists as a part of our universe, but the universal consciousness, or not universal consciousness, but the consciousness that may exist independently of our experiences. As if consciousness itself kind of like emanates from a higher realm, and we tap into that. Like I think that makes more sense from my perspective and what I've observed. But yeah, who knows what the truth is? But yeah, if you want to elaborate on that, please feel free to do so. God, I really freaking need to find out where to go. Okay, I'm gonna take like a second to take a break and just figure out what the hell I'm doing in this game and with my life. Yeah, I feel like in this area I should have got somewhere by now. Okay, right back. I'll be right back. I'll go to the bathroom.
That makes sense. Our bodies are a natural pattern of our environment, just as our consciousness is a natural pattern of whatever that environment is. Yeah. Right now I'm just checking if there's anything else in this place. Consciousness feels fundamental to me. I like to consider how a rainbow exists only as a harmony of perceiver and perceive, then extrapolate that into all senses. Yeah, I like that. It's an interesting way to think about it. I mean, yeah, it's true though. I mean, a rainbow really only exists in that sense from any particular perspective. It's a completely perspectival phenomenon. And I wonder what else. I mean, I really do wonder what the universe itself looks like. Like, literally looks like. I mean, does the universe look like anything independent of us having eyes? Because we can only ever see it through our eyes, and who knows how much our eyes fail to capture, as well as, like, you know, what resolution level is being missed because our eyes can only process so much information. So what does the universe itself inherently look like? Or does it even have an appearance? Maybe it doesn't have any particular appearance at all. Yeah, it'd be an interesting way to think about it. Okay, so I'm hearing that the rest of this place is somewhere where I'll come to at another point in the game. So for now, I'll just continue. Should I fight those rune bears? Like how Watts talks about our perception drawing out our reality. What is hot, soft, large, far, and all Polaris is experienced exclusively due to our particular sensitivity. Right. I mean, where do you even put qualia and perceptual experience, you know, within the universe? Like, where does it fit into the universe? Does it exist only insofar as we exist, or does it exist... Was like, for example, like the sweetness of sugar, did that exist in the universe before we existed, or did it only exist when there were sentient beings that could perceive it? In other words, is qualia something that kind of... Are all the qualia that are possible already existent in the universe? And that seems like absurd. Like, the more we evolve, the more qualia we gain through our senses, and the more senses we gain. So it would seem as if there's an infinite amount of qualia, and it's not as if they just exist in the universe independently of us. They're emergent phenomena, in other words. So brand new things can exist in the universe that were not, let's say, foreseen within the rules of the universe. You can't look at just like the laws of physics at like a really fundamental level and then use that to derive everything that exists in the universe, or that can exist in the universe. There are things that exist in this universe that had no foretelling, let's say. It's a really absurd place. I don't know if it's worth fighting these guys. Alright, we'll just go for it. On second thought, let's not go for it. Let's go up to this earth tree. Nothing can be separated from experiencer. Same goes the other way around. Separating experience and experiencer is nonsense, but we do it as a way to understand. Yeah, exactly. I mean, we have to kind of like postulate an existence that's independent of the observer. But like even when we try to like study very small objects, the observer is like a fundamental part of that. Like we'll try to be like, okay, like this is how electrons act independently of us, but we don't know what electrons do independently of us, because every time we observe independent electrons, it's in the context of us observing them. So the behavior that they show us is the behavior we get when they're observed. So there is no way to kind of speak about them independent of observation. I guess that makes me non-dual, right? I didn't mean to do that. Hello to my 4 viewers. If I observe the observer of my thoughts, who's observing the observing observer? It's gonna take me a couple of minutes to process that question. I guess it would be the universe itself is acting as a kind of observer? Oh, what the hell? Hi there. I mean, Bob, do you have an answer for that? For Ruff's question? Oh, fun. Alright, let's fight. Get up. Oh, I'm so dead. This guy has so much health. What the hell? Alright, time to run.
Why is the universe observing me? Like, in a sense, it's kind of like... You mean why in the sense of, like, why does it choose to do that? Or, like, how is it doing that? What are you studying in school? Right now I'm studying psychotherapy. So I can actually legally apply the Jungian knowledge that I have. Nope. Nope. What's your opinion on complexes stealing your libidinal energy? I mean, that's what they're kind of for. I mean, that's kind of what they do, yeah. They'll steal a lot of your energy, and your mind will keep, like, returning to those because they're so prominent in the mind. And they tend to be, like, wrapped around, let's say, archetypes. Maybe that's, like, one way to put it. So because of that, your brain almost has, like, a, you know, the energy will necessarily flow in that direction anyways. But yeah, they'll steal your libidinal energy. And so resolving your complexes or finding a way for you to exist in a more healthy state with them is one of the goals of, you know, of therapy, also of individuation. The beast eye quivers. Ooh, okay. Hello to my 6 viewers. The universe observes you because you are observing. I mean, yeah, so that's actually one way to think about it. It's literally hidden path ahead. Why are you lying to me, dude? Is that you are not, like, necessarily distinct from the universe. Like, you're not in the universe. You are the universe. So the universe observes just by virtue of the fact that you are an observer. So that's one thing. But what I meant is more like the relational interpretation, where the universe is kind of like, it's, how do I explain this? It's like every photon of light that bounces off you is almost like it's observing you. It's almost like the universe observing you in a sense. It's like your existence is contingent upon the universe itself, like, existing you, if that kind of makes sense. What's the objective of me being the universe observing? Oh, what's the objective? Oh, that's a good question. I mean, your guess is as good as mine. There might be an objective, but it might just be a fact of nature that that's just the way it is. But yeah, that's a good question. I was wondering if anyone else has any insights on that. I mean, that just comes down to, like, what is the purpose of the universe in general. And I'm pretty sure, like, this is some kind of pretentious art project. That's really interesting to observe, but very perplexing while you're inside it. So imagine you could see the entire universe. Like, you could see every animal. Why do these guys keep coming back to life? Oh. Had something to do with those guys.
But what if other people's complexes is suppressing the younger generation, capping their instincts, creating a neurotic split, and that's why the younger generation feels hopeless because they don't understand what's going on compared to the older generation? Oh, actually, I sense that a lot. I feel like the younger generation is like in such a like, I don't know if this is related to what you're asking or if it resonates with what you're asking, but the younger generation feels so like spiritless, like so directionless and like so disconnected from their roots. I like the relational concept of all light observing. I mean, yeah, it's like the universe, like every photon that's bouncing off of your body, and they're coming from everywhere, is like it's almost like the universe seeing you. It's almost like the universe illuminating you. And it's also like the universe is causing you in a sense because, you know, light travels at the speed of causality. It's not really the speed of light that's like the maximum speed, it's the speed of causality that's the maximum speed in the universe. I think I need to... Okay, well... These guys are just coming back to life over and over again. Oops. That's what I was trying to do. I was trying to ride up this thing. Yeah, to speak about that point that you mentioned, if you compare the younger generation to the older, game can be very hectic at times. I'd like to learn more about the generational split and how each has evolved us as a species. So what if you pass your courses and get the dream job you want, but your superior tells you to just limit each person to 10 consultations max and don't actually fix things in society, for example? That's like a big problem actually, because like a lot of psychotherapy programs will like be like, okay, 10, you get 10 sessions, but that may not be enough to actually solve person's problems. But I'll do the best I can with the time that I have. You know, there's a reason I speak really quickly, because I'm trying to get as much information out as possible in a limited amount of time. Oh wait, did I not get my souls? Shit. Gotta go back and get those. If 10 plus nurses are complying. I'm gonna assume you said complaining about their bad hours at work, and it affects their mental health. But you can't do or say anything because you will lose your job, like a Holocaust prison guard type scenario. I mean, it's pretty worrying to think about something like that happening. But I am a kind of person that doesn't, like, I'll speak up if I think something's wrong, but I will kind of operate within the bounds of what's allowed for me and try to make it work. But yeah, that is an interesting concern. Okay, what I'll do is I'll go back up this way. I'd like to know more about the generational split. Yeah, I mean, like I was saying before, today's generation is, like, they have no spirit, almost. It's like they're very driven by, it's kind of like society itself. It's kind of like humans regress to their fundamental level when there's no culture around them that will supply them with an alternative way of being. And so I see that today's generation is very much of that mindset of kind of just do what everybody else is doing, and kind of just do what feels good rather than doing what actually makes sense. Should I go down there? Because you know it's going to happen. I mean, I hope it doesn't happen, but it might happen. Okay, there's a boss there. Okay, I guess I'll face the boss. This is a weird room. Oh, this guy's hard. Oh god. Is that all my health? Oh, I'm so screwed. Well, I have 20,000 souls in there. Really, man? You're not gonna give me a stake of Marika to return to? Guys.
I think I want to use maybe like that. Jesus. Oh fuck. Whew. Assassin's Cerulean Dagger. Black knife print? What is that for? Wondering what I should level up. And yeah, that'd be good. That would be nice. Kind of pointless. Arcane increases vitality. Screw it. Let's go dexterity. Anybody else have any questions or comments? Or anything that I said that I was going to elaborate upon that I forgot to? Oh wait, this is kind of annoying. I'm Gen Z. 1 second. I'm Gen Z. I notice how humor, coolness, values, and purpose change with each generation. I wonder if it's cyclical or if we're experiencing something new. Well, there's a kind of cycle within the fact that we're experiencing something new. So we're experiencing something new from the fact that we're living in a very different way compared to previously. But there's also a cycle that's playing out. 1 second. I'm trying to go back up there to go down that hatch that I found. You know what? Screw you.
But yeah, there is a kind of cycle that takes place where, the way I see it, it's the kind of morality and values that a culture has come out of like a moral necessity. Ugh, come on, man. And what I mean is that society would experience something that's so devastating and so traumatic because of a moral lapse, either by the whole of society or usually by the whole of society, that people are like, okay, we need a set of values that we can all abide by, that we'll live by, that will prevent this calamity from happening again. From like the sheer rawness of like human nature just unleashing itself upon the world. So that's, I think, what World War II would have been. I mean, that's like a recent example. So we came up with this international system, and of course, that's an international kind of discussion, but we can also discuss it in the context of our, you know, individual cultures. But because we develop this new set of morals, we get to this point where society is doing well, and people are generally comfortable and doing well, not only because of moral, but because of the progress of technology. You know, it's complicated. There's obviously a multifactorial thing when we discuss the way society evolves, but one of those is the fact that we have these higher morals, let's say, these higher principles that we all abide, and that produces a better world. Okay, so now we're in a better world, but because we're in a better world, we don't see the necessity or the reason to hold on to those values. We just kind of like, well, what was the point of those? We're living in a world that's fine, and we don't need these values anymore. Because it's like almost like we have amnesia about the kind of terrible things that have happened in the past, and so we slip up morally. And that's what causes a kind of moral regression. And that's what I see in younger generations. They really don't have any sense of values or of principles. It seems to be like they're just devolving into beings that seek pleasure. And of course, that's what human beings would do naturally. But it's obviously getting to the point where the negative consequences of that will become apparent soon. Cool. Found the room. So that's kind of what I'm getting at. That's kind of where my thoughts are going. I don't know if that's specifically what you had in mind, or if you had any other thoughts. I noticed how humor, coolness, values, and purpose. I mean, I noticed that humor changes all the time, and it's so. Like, I remember like seeing these really old like black and white movies, and the kind of like humor that was expressed in them seemed so like juvenile. I don't know. Like, it seemed like very like easy. These jokes are so easy. And yet people are eating them up. And today's like humor is so different, really different, maybe even darker. And that's also related to the moral regression thing that I was talking about earlier. There's a lot of baby crabs, which means there's going to be a mama crab. There it is. Why can't I hit these crabs? What the hell? Sometimes comedy conceals the truth. That's why when you say it diffuses the culture, I think that's a the, to say what we're all thinking. Yeah. I mean, it definitely brings out things that people are reluctant to like say because of how serious they are. We'll often use humor as a way to kind of lighten the blow. That's why humor is also a defense mechanism. Part of the trickster archetype piercing through the individual, that's why they say if you tie down the trickster, it's the end of a country. Interesting. I would actually think that the trickster has a role in kind of disintegrating the values of a culture for the sake of examining them and like questioning them, and determining whether the values that exist in a culture actually make sense. It's really that element that questions values, but I can see also how that makes sense. There's a lot about the trickster that that sometimes rubs me the wrong way. Am I seriously back here? God damn it. But I can also see why the archetype exists in the first place. But I don't know, maybe that's just my personal kind of way of looking at things. I'm very like beholden to traditional values, and like not beholden to them. Let's say I'm more like I respect them. Like I respect like knightlyhood and you know, chastity. All these values that we used to hold, that used to exist in a Christian society. I have like an admiration for them, even though I'm not always an adherent to them. Yes, it's at a crossroads to push, I hope the word is push, the psyche to the limit as part of a test, perhaps. Yeah. How many souls do I have? 10,000. Be wary of pack. Maybe I should. Can't summon. Okay. Frick is this boss? Jesus. Whoa, what the hell? Okay then. But requiring them tends to eliminate genuine action. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. But it's like you know, people need to. The reason we have a culture is because it's something that's developed over time, and the reason we transmit cultural values is under the presumption that there's some kind of utility to them. You know, otherwise, and you know, that's an assumption, of course, because sometimes we'll find out that some cultural value doesn't actually have any purpose, whereas others might be obsolete. Because like new technology or new reasons. For example, like this is kind of a crude example, but it's the example that exists in Christianity of like the prohibition on sexual activity before getting married, and like nowadays that just seems kind of like, what's the point? But back then it made perfect sense because you know there was no such thing as birth control. And there was no way to prevent STDs, so like, yeah, it makes sense to like really only have sexual relations with one person. And of course, you could easily tell that not everybody would obey that. You know, just because a value exists doesn't mean that people necessarily do it. It's more like an idealization, like something that if people could follow, it would be good. But obviously, you know, we're only human and can only really push ourselves so far in a direction opposite from our instincts.
He's a really difficult boss. I mean, he's really weak, but he does a lot of damage.
Yeah. If you guys have ever played this game before, it's a lot of this. It's a lot of dying and respawning and dying and respawning over and over again to fight the same enemy. But yeah, to say that they eliminate genuine action, I think is accurate.
Jeez, I can't hit this guy.
Even Paul in the Bible talks about how the law was given to amplify / reveal sin. Mm-hmm. I mean, the law really defines what a sin is, and it really does determine whether it's evil or not. You know, there's probably so much that we do that 100 years from now will be considered evil. But today, with our current morality, we just don't assume that they're evil. We just do them like this is what is completely normal. I mean, who knows what they'll be? What are you learning about right now in your courses? Some like basic psychotherapy skills, CBT, DBT, learning about addiction counseling, but also learning. It's a theology-based program, so learning a lot about religion. And world religion, and what is this? Oh my god. How do I escape? Yeah, so that kind of thing. I feel like a lot of it is not super useful for psychotherapy. And I wonder like why they're teaching it. But yeah, it's what I have to do to get my license, so. Okay, I'm guessing the shield and this bow are pointless. Yeah, okay. Maybe I should mix a different physique. Theology, like old priests that in the past and how they worshipped and why and when. I hope that's, yeah, etc. in that time period, like monks. Not exactly, more like modern day religion, more like modern day, because it's really oriented towards people who are religious today. And so like the old ways of religion aren't like, I mean, they're relevant in my opinion. And that's like a really important thing to understand, which I wish more people understood. But no, it's more oriented towards like the way people experience religion today. So like really the major religions, because religion has experienced a big shift in recent times. And it's hard to like notice that. Like the way we do religion is so different compared to like what it was in the past. For example, in the past, religion was like the substance of life. Like everything you did within a religious context. Whereas today, if you're religious, it's probably only something you do on Sundays. You know, it's only something you do with like a portion of your being, with like a small part of your life. Jesus, should I fight this guy again? I should not. Open Mike Eagle begins one of his songs by admitting that telling people not to tell people what to do is kind of silly. Society hinges on enforced rules, but enforcing them leads people to break them. Does it necessarily lead people to break them? I mean, yeah, because whenever you tell somebody not to do something, and it's something that is something that they would normally do, it does lead to their shadow side producing this antagonism wherein they want to, do the thing that they're being told is evil. And a lot of the time it's something that they would do instinctually. What are these shields? It requires more evil to enforce the law than it does to break it, in my opinion. Definitely does take a certain... I mean, obviously, what you define as evil is in a sense arbitrary. Like, not totally arbitrary, but kind of like the fact that Muslims don't eat pork. They consider that evil, but like, why? Like, is there an inherent reason? No, it's just like they consider it evil. But yeah, I do agree with you that it does take a lot of evil to enforce the law. It takes a lot of people... Like, it takes a lot of... first of all, it takes power, which needs to be exerted against people. And that in and of itself is a kind of evil that's produced just by the fact of there being a society that has rules. The fact that we have to give certain people more power in order to enforce the rules. But again, like, giving people more power always comes with a risk of them abusing their power and exerting their power for their own benefit rather than for society's benefit. And that always happens. It's like a natural law of human nature that people with power will eventually become corrupted. That's why you see, like, a lot of, for example, like, corrupt police in third world countries that'll arrest you and then be like, okay, I can make this all go away if you pay me $200 or whatever. I mean, I'm speaking about like a specific experience that I know someone went through, so that's why I'm saying that specifically. But yeah, you definitely do have a good point. Okay, where do I gotta go now? Oh wait, I know where I gotta go. I gotta go give my buddy his death room. Hello to my 5 viewers. I just finished Leo Tolstoy's Boy, The Kingdom of Heaven is Within You. Oh, cool. That's one I wanted to read. Basically a 10+ hour rant against using violence to create a good society. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, you can tell places where, like, the power... that the power that's relegated to like the authorities in society, places where the basis of that power is just force, I think suck a lot. Those are the worst places to live.
I'm not sated. Feed me more.
Okay. Vitality.
Requires 52 intelligence. Jeez. I'm wondering if I should go back to an intelligence build. I've been wanting to use this, but it just requires so much faith. Ugh. Yeah, but if you want to tell me more about his argument, I'd love to hear it. Because I'm very ambivalent. Like I see like the use of using force to create a just society, but I also see the drawbacks. Like I've always been able to, not always, but ever since I got into Jung, I've been able to see how everything has a light and a dark side, and like that's almost like necessary. It's like a weird law of our universe that every good produces some kind of evil. But yeah, if you want to elaborate, please feel free to do so.
Strange. There's something else. But the death yet quenches. Bring more. More feed.
Okay. Man, I swear something was supposed to happen.
Feed me.
Although maybe if I rest and come back and talk to him. Six viewers. I think that's the most I've had all day. Ah! I wonder how many people saw that. This guy's pretty hard. Will I be able to leave? Okay, I guess I can. Let's see if I can face him down there. There's a lot to say about how his world in the late 1800s and his Christian perspective form his opinions, more than I can really do justice here. How can I fight this guy? This guy's impossible. Okay, I'll take one more swing at him, and if not, I'm just going to teleport out. Okay, I'm leaving. This guy's impossible. Get me out of here. Oh God.
No, wait, let's go to the Dirtle Pope.
His foundation is Christ's teaching, and he describes how the church has come to represent the opposite in its support of enforcing goodness with violence. I mean, it would have to, right? I mean, like, well, not necessarily that it would have to, but it has. Like, the church has had to become more forceful in, like, making sure people do the right thing. But, like, it kind of defeats the purpose. Do I still have my... I don't have my souls. Forgot to pick them up. Shit. Should I go back? Fuck. Hope he's okay now.
I mean, I wonder if he specifically means like the Russian Orthodox Church. Oh god, where's my... Oh.
Do you have anything new to say to me, sir?
Greetings. Oh, what have we? Very well, let us. Heresy is not native to the world. It is but a contrivance. All things.
That might be useful.
But not enough faith.
I don't know if I checked along this path. It's one of these fucking things. And they apparently incinerated a bunch of wolves. Oh wait. Not wolves, those are slugs.
He knows.
I know you've probably recommended plenty in your videos, but what are some of your favorite books? Do you mean nonfiction books? Ooh, nothing in particular is coming to mind. I mean, obviously, The Master and His Emissary is still really has a lot of important lessons for any person who studies psychology. Like, an absurd amount of insight is in that book, honestly. It's kind of hard to even explain it all because it's so much. So yeah, that's up there. I also like a book called what's it called? Other Minds, which is about the mind of the octopus. Let me just check my phone to see if, because I think I have an audiobook of it. It's just called Other Minds. And it's a really good story about how trying to understand what consciousness might be like for a being, not consciousness, but sentience, for a being like an octopus. Like, what does it feel like to be an octopus? And really trying to, like, tease it apart. Very speculatively, but very interestingly. Because, again, an octopus is an animal without, like, the same rigid body structure that we have. So, like, it feels like something to be your body, but your body's, like, very, like, confined in a sense. It's like, I can't, like, take my hand and, like, reach all the way behind my arm, but behind my back. But an octopus can. And an octopus can fit to be almost any shape. So it's almost like this amorphous being. So what would it feel like to be like that? It's probably super perplexing to our minds. And it also discusses, like, how consciousness might have arisen. Not consciousness. I keep trying to say sentience instead of consciousness because a lot of people use the word consciousness in place of sentience. But yeah, it discusses, like, how sentience might have arisen from basic units of perception, and how they would have emerged. Emergence is one of the big themes of that as well. So yeah, that's a great book. One of my favorites. Fucking hell. Where's he shooting me from? Obviously, also origins of consciousness and the breakdown of the bicameral mind. It's an excellent book because it's also pretty easy to read and not at all hard to understand. Where are they shooting me from? Get these damn arrows out of my back. Oh, I see you. Pretty big distance. Dude, what? They're like 2 arrows at once. Root resin. That's always good. Where am I now? Hey, what? Have I been there before? Oh, yeah, I have. Oh, it's free on there? Oh, awesome. What's your thought on Gibson ecological approach to visual perception? Oof, I feel like I'm familiar with that, but not super familiar. If you could, like, give me a quick summary of what that entails, that would be great. But if not, that's okay also. I'll look into it after. Dude, that boat is way too fast. How do I get up there? Fucking hell. I'm gonna die. Get somewhere right of bow range. What sort of music do you enjoy? All sorts of things. Like, I'm very, yeah, there's lots of different songs. Look at this. What the hell? Yeah, there's all sorts of music that I'm into. I'm really into, like, alternative rock, post-rock, but even, like, metal, rap. It depends on the song. I like really, like, good quality music that you could tell, like, the artist put a lot of time into and, like, put a lot of creative energy into. Like, I'm very appreciative of the skill of music. So anything that reminds me of that is the kind of music that I like. Especially like with lyricism or like instrumental ability. Oh, I'm not gonna dodge it. Dude, that's way too friggin' fast. Come on, come on. Aesop rock? I'm not sure what that is, but it might be the genre that I'm into. Wait, these guys are just here but didn't fight me? Oh, wait a second. I got a message. Let me just check that. Free with the 15 miles. Oh, yeah. Gotcha. Yeah, what do you think about audiobooks? Because it's a very passive way to read, and sometimes I find myself not able to pay attention. So I really gotta, like, force myself to pay attention. But, like, very often. If the books are, like, depending on the books. Someone's shooting at me. It can be really easy to pay attention to or hard. I think you'd enjoy... Oh, it's an artist. I think you'd enjoy the new album, Spirit World Field Guide. Cool. I'll check it out. Thanks for the recommendation. What's that sound? Oh, wait. Richelieu, they're an independent, Seattle-based post-grunge. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, I love it. I found them in 2018, and they are that magical unicorn band that I always hoped existed. Cool. I gotta remember those names: Richelieu and Aesop Rock. Oh, that's what making the sound. Oh god. Drive a lot of work and have an hour plus evening routine for my insomniac partner. Both provides lots of time for audiobooks and music. Cool. Do you have any specific song recommendations from either band? Sup, Dwayne Johnson? Yeah, what am I supposed to do here? Remembrance? Man, this area is so cool. Summon Mr. Vohani. Sure, let me summon him right now. Oh. Apparently I can't. Dead Ropes, Machine, and Marble Cake. Okay. Those guys are just picking berries. Don't want to bother them. Dead Ropes Machine, not ropes? What do you mean? Dead rope. Oh, I see. Yeah, that makes more sense. Where am I? This is such a cool place.
Sorry? Sort of. Not a meeting. Just playing online. Why? What do you need? You want to reach it? Okay.
1 second, guys. Let me see if there's a safe place I can...
No, it's It's fine.
No worries. I like magic.
Hello again to my 4 viewers. Hope you are all having a good evening or day or morning, wherever you are. Man, this game is so beautiful. Like, look at this. Oh my lord. Oh, there's a minor oak tree there. I'll probably stop streaming in like 20 minutes. Have I been down there? Probably. Gibson proposed a new theory that your perception of the world isn't based off an internal mental representative model, but rather team effort by your brain and your eyes. Internal mental representative model. Interesting. Perception in the sense of like recognizing objects, or perception in the sense of just like raw experience and raw color? Your eyes provide clues and you use those to construct a model. Second, this implies the brain literally sees the world and makes a model. Your eyes provide clues and use a... Oh, interesting. I mean, that sounds pretty intuitive to me. Oh man, what a beautiful game. What kind of enemy is that? Those aren't enemies. Yeah, I got to Hogwarts. I beat the Moon Queen. Objects. Okay, I see. Then that makes sense for sure. Yeah, I got to Hogwarts. I beat the Moon Queen. I'm probably gonna respec at some point because I don't really like my current. I mean, I like it, but oh, what the hell? There's another one. This game just keeps having surprises. But yeah, Hogwarts was pretty fun. Oh shit. Your eyes provide clues. These let you dupe boss weapons. All of them though? Because the other one said like give your remembrance. Are these still on? Let me check the remembrance. Yeah, because I have the okay. I have these two. I duplicated this one because I didn't even know what it was doing. Do you get any good weapons from those? Or anything worth it? See, I can't duplicate for some reason. Maybe because I already duplicated one of them. But I know that I didn't duplicate the other one. One per place, okay. That's pretty cool. I've seen Godric's axe and that dragon thing. And then I saw Renala's Moon Queen thing and her staff. But I don't really use staffs. Man, there's so much. I don't even know where to go. God damn it, Sistet. Sistet? Oh, this game is just so cool. Is that Rhea Lucaria? It is. No, it's not. What is that? No, that must be Rhea Lucaria. God damn it, sister. Oh, really? Oh, it wasn't bullshit. Stalwart Quorum Charm. 555. Does that follow Krishnamurti's description of an internal perceived world and an imperceptible absolute truth? Yeah, I'm curious about that as well. I mean, it sounds like it's more related to perception itself and can't really make statements about absolute truth. But, yeah, if you have any insight. Keep playing soon, you will rage quit. I mean, I love games like this. I'm a big fan of Dark Souls and Bloodborne. Bloodborne is probably my favorite. Actually, no. It's a tie between Dark Souls 3 and Bloodborne. And so far, I mean, I know the end game of this game is really hard, but so far it hasn't given me any trouble. No boss has been like unbearably hard. Although I have been to like some unbearably hard places, but I've been more or less able to get either skip them and be fine, or just eventually get past them. For me, the early game was a lot harder than where I am right now. But I am pretty lost right now, because I'm trying to get to this Erd tree. How do I get to it? I don't think statements of absolute truth are possible in Krishnamurti's model. Right, because those statements of absolute truth are just inaccessible to us. I mean, the fact of it being a statement implies like kind of like an individual or like an entity making a statement. But if an entity is making a statement, it's probably an observer in the universe. Or at least that's what I'm thinking. Might be a bit wrong about that. What's up? What's up? What's up? Oh. Did I get anything for that? Oh, nice. Made to your tree. Okay, this will probably be... We got a Stake of America. Do I have to kill these guys? Okay. Fur leggings. Okay, let's do the Earth Tree avatar. Should I put this guy on my horse? Is that cheating? Yeah, I'll summon the Albinaric woman because I'm curious about what she can do. Okay, well there's my horse gone. That was quick. Okay. Fuck. It's the finger pointing at the moon paradox. Nothing we can say will be the thing, yeah, we are talking about. Great. Jesus. Let's grab my souls just in case I die.
shit. That's so crazy. Oh god. Ah! Whew. Yeah, so Gibson doesn't really touch on the subject of truth. Implies that the reductionist view of perception cognition is purely a neural process is wrong. Interesting. Why would it be wrong? He takes a holistic approach to perception and it's influenced by a dynamical environment. Yeah, I mean, the holistic approach seems to be like the correct way to approach these things. Like, I think fundamentally the universe is like a cohesive whole, and then when we break through, when we break it down in a reductionistic way, that's us doing something to the universe that's kind of contrary to its most fundamental nature, in order for us to understand it more so, in order for us to approach it more so than to understand it. First playthrough? Yep, this is my first playthrough. Was it that obvious? I got a lot of stuff from that, but I don't know what any of it was. Raises robustness? Cool. Critical hits restore HP. But yeah, this is my first playthrough. I'm loving it so far. I found the early game pretty hard and a little bit boring, but this area has just been my favorite so far. This is a beautiful game. Indeed. I love your video on Dark Souls. I think you're going to love the War of Elden Ring. I'm having a very difficult time of understanding it. I'm pretty lazy, so I don't read all the item descriptions, even though I know I should in order to get a really good understanding of the story. But from what I've understood, it seems very archetypal. And I've even had somebody comment on one of my videos, which I think was about left hemisphere, right hemisphere stuff. This is Elden Ring lore, and I refuse to believe otherwise. So, I'd really like to get a handle on the war and know exactly what they're talking about. But yeah, I'd love to make a video on this game, if it's possible, but it does seem like a big project. But if it's really relevant and it's really poignant and revelatory, then I don't mind taking it on. What should I level up? Why does increasing stamina increase fire resistance? Is there just robustness? Oh no, everything increases fire resistance at this level apparently. Dex, intelligence. I mean, I definitely could use some more intelligence. Where I gotta go now.
Krishnamurti can be really frustrating to listen to because instead of pointing, he tends to take everything away and leave the listener in the void to find there's nothing to find out. To find there's nothing to find out. It's so paradoxical. Because if you found it out, what was the point of finding it out? It's like, what's the point of knowing that things are pointless? Try high road and then seek lift. Have I been down there? Oh shit, that's not what I meant to do. God damn. It's alright. I didn't spawn too far away. But yeah, where am I? Oh. Okay. Does seem like there's more to explore around here. Does anybody know if this game gets harder to run as the file size becomes bigger? I mean, probably, just logically. But I'm wondering like how they've optimized it. Because Skyrim, if you're depending on how many hours you've played, like it would get so laggy if your account just had so much done. But I think that game is like pretty poorly optimized. I mean, obviously it ran well, so there's that. But still, like the way the game was. Okay, I keep killing this beetle, but I don't know where to get the ashes of war from it. Cool. Kind of an Ouroboros realization moment. Why am I hungry? More tail. Yeah, it definitely is very spiritual. And so in that sense can be pretty puzzling. I mean, there's a kind of like insight you get like from like people like Alan Watts who like try to confuse you. The purpose being like existence is kind of confusing, so get used to the feeling of being confused, because that's really what the universe is like. It's a confusing ass place. Oh, I've already been here. Man, these guys are friends with the wolves? I want to be friends with the wolves. Okay, that's the temple. Give me your bones, lump of flesh. Anti-guru, anti-spirituality. Probably shouldn't have just killed them then. Oh! Definitely not what I want to deal with right now. Jeez.
area of decoy, so to speak. Sorry, wolves. I need your bones. Trying to get over here. No tunnel ahead. Was I over here on this side? Yeah, I was. Maybe I gotta go this way around and then swing back up this way. Yeah, I know. Exactly what I need. Back here again. Okay, this will probably be a good place to stop. I'll just go back to the site of grace, which I thought was down there. But it's in fact down here. Awesome. Well, okay, so that'll be it for me. Thanks for watching. I'll definitely check out those recommendations, including the perception idea and those songs. But yeah, thanks guys so much for watching. I'll probably be streaming again soon, and you'll probably be seeing more of this rather than my videos because not enough time these days to like script videos and actually put them together. But I'll definitely try to put videos out, you know, because that's what I really want to do. But if Frankel's theory of meaning is true, what the purpose of your life? Frankel's theory was Frankel's theory of meaning again. That like we derive meaning. I mean, I think that the meaning of life is that this has to be like some kind of art project from like some pretentious being that created the universe. But yeah, I'm gonna stream again. And again, like I said, I'll probably be streaming this more often. Like this will be my way of giving you guys some content and like some interaction with me because, you know, I have to slow down the pace of videos because it's pretty hard to make videos these days with all that's going on. But yeah, I got this game as a way to relax, and like a way to like, you know, have fun. And I'm really enjoying it. So I'll definitely be streaming it rather than just playing it by myself. That way you guys can also join in and ask questions and stuff. But yeah, thanks a lot. Hope you guys all have a good day, rest of your days. And yeah, thanks for watching.